Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fog pressed itself against London like a confidence whispered too close to the ear. It was the sort of November evening where gaslight fought losing battles against the gathering dark, each street lamp a small defiant star drowning in grey. The cobblestones beneath my boots gleamed wet, though no rain had fallen, merely the city's own exhalation, its breath made visible in the chill. I could taste coal smoke at the back of my throat, that familiar metallic tang that every Londoner knows as intimately as their own heartbeat. Somewhere in the distance a church bell tolled 7 times, each note swallowed almost immediately by the dense air, as if the fog itself preferred silence. I stood before a building that seemed determined to be overlooked. Number 42, Pall Mall presented a facade of such deliberate plainness that it became, paradoxically, rather memorable. The brass plaque beside the door bore only 3 words, polished to a soft gleam that caught what little light the evening offered. The Diogenes Club. No further explanation, no invitation. The building's windows glowed with a warm amber that suggested comfortable interiors, yet curtains drawn with military precision ensured that no glimpse of the world within escaped to the curious world without. I had passed this building countless times over the years, had noted its existence with the same mild interest one affords any permanent fixture of London's landscape. A post box, a particular stretch of iron railing, the Diogenes Club. But tonight I was here by summons, and the summons had been peculiar. The note had arrived that afternoon, delivered by a boy who vanished before I could tip him. The handwriting was precise to the point of severity, each letter formed with such exactitude that it seemed less written than engineered. Dr. Watson, it read, your presence is required at the Diogenes Club this evening at 7:30. The matter is both urgent and delicate. Discretion is assumed. M.H. Ebsrh Mycroft Holmes. The elder brother, the more sedentary brother, the brother whose work remained always half obscured in the shadows of Whitehall, and whose importance I had learned to never underestimate despite his apparent indolence. I mounted the 3 steps to the door and raised my hand to knock, but the door opened before my knuckles could meet wood. A porter stood in the entrance, a man of perhaps 60 with silver hair, and the bearing of a retired sergeant major. His eyes met mine with a clarity that suggested he'd been watching my approach through some hidden vantage point. Dr. Watson, he said. It was not a question. His voice was barely above a whisper, yet it carried perfectly in the muffled quiet of the fog-bound street. Yes, I replied, matching his volume instinctively. He stepped aside, gesturing me inward with a small economical movement. I entered, and the door closed behind me with a whisper of well-oiled hinges and the soft click of a lock finding its home. The interior of the Diogenes Club struck me immediately as a place designed for a very particular sort of comfort, the comfort of absolute solitude in the company of others. The entrance hall stretched before me, floored in dark wood polished to a deep gleam, the walls panelled in the same rich timber, and decorated with a restraint that bordered on austerity. A single painting hung on the far wall, a pastoral scene of such overwhelming tranquillity that it seemed almost aggressive in its peacefulness. 3 leather chairs sat against one wall, each positioned carefully, so that any occupant would face neither the door nor each other, but rather the neutral territory of a Persian rug, whose deep blues and golds had faded to a comfortable antiquity. What struck me most profoundly, however, was the silence. Not merely quiet, London is never truly quiet, even at its most hushed, but a silence that felt cultivated, protected, enforced. The sounds of the street, which had been muted by the fog, were now entirely absent, as if the building itself had decided that the world beyond its walls was not worth acknowledging. I could hear my own breathing, the faint creak of my shoes on the floorboards, the rustle of my coat as I shifted my weight. The porter gestured toward a corridor that led deeper into the building. He did not speak. I noticed then a small brass plaque mounted on the wall beside the corridor entrance, Its message was brief, and I suspected entirely serious. Silence is mandatory. Members who speak, except in the stranger's room, shall be expelled. I followed the porter down the corridor, my footsteps muffled by a carpet runner of deep burgundy. We passed several closed doors, each marked with small brass numbers but no other identification. From behind one, I heard the gentle rustle of a turning page. From another, nothing at all, yet I sensed occupation, that peculiar awareness one develops of another human presence, even in perfect stillness. The corridor opened into a larger chamber, and here I encountered the heart of the Diogenes Club. It was a reading room of considerable size, its ceiling high and crossed with dark beams that gave it something of the character of a gentleman's library transplanted from some country estate. Tall windows lined one wall, their heavy curtains drawn against the night. Gas sconces provided gentle illumination, their flames steady behind. Frosted glass shades that diffused the light into a warm, even glow. The air carried the scent of old leather, pipe tobacco, and that particular mustiness of aging paper that I found oddly comforting. But it was the occupants of this room who truly captured my attention. 7 men sat scattered throughout the space, each in his own leather armchair, each maintaining what appeared to be a carefully calculated distance from his fellows. Not one of them looked up at my entrance. Not one acknowledged the presence of another. They read, or smoked, or simply sat with eyes closed in what might have been sleep or meditation. The silence was so complete that I could hear the ticking of a grandfather clock in the far corner, its pendulum swinging with metronomic patience, counting off seconds that seemed to stretch longer than they ought. One gentleman, elderly and distinguished, with a magnificent white moustache that would have made a walrus envious, sat ramrod straight in his chair, reading what appeared to be a military journal. His posture spoke of decades of discipline, yet his hands trembled ever so slightly as he turned the pages. The tremor of age, perhaps, or old wounds that never quite healed. Another, younger but prematurely grey, stared into the middle distance with eyes that saw something other than the room around him. His fingers drummed silently against the arm of his chair in a complex pattern that suggested either calculation or anxiety, or perhaps both at once. A third man, rotund and comfortable-looking, had fallen asleep with a copy of the Times spread across his considerable waist, rising and falling with each breath like a ship on gentle swells. The porter touched my elbow with the lightest pressure and gestured toward yet another corridor branching off from the reading room. We proceeded in continued silence, leaving the strange tableau of isolated companionship behind. This new corridor was shorter, ending at a heavy oak door that bore a small brass plaque reading simply, "The Stranger's Room." The porter knocked, 3 soft raps that nevertheless seemed loud in the prevailing quiet, and waited. "Enter," came a voice from within. The single word was delivered with such complete authority that it seemed to reshape the air around it. The porter opened the door, stepped aside, and with a small bow of his head indicated that I should proceed. I entered, heard the door close softly behind me, and found myself in the presence of Mycroft Holmes. The stranger's room was smaller than the reading room, more intimate, yet furnished with the same attention to comfort and discretion. A fireplace dominated one wall, the coal within burning with that particular steady heat that comes only from careful tending. 2 wing-back chairs faced the fire, a small table between them bearing a decanter of brandy and 2 glasses. The walls were lined with bookshelves, though these volumes appeared more decorative than functional, leather-bound, sets whose uniformity suggested they had been purchased by the yard rather than the title. Mycroft Holmes rose from one of the chairs with a grace surprising in a man of his considerable bulk. Where Sherlock was all angles and nervous energy, Mycroft presented as curves and stillness, yet there was nothing soft about him. His grey eyes fixed upon me with an intensity that rivalled his brother's, though where Sherlock's gaze tended to dart and dance, cataloguing details in rapid succession, Mycroft's was steady, patient, thorough. He was, I reflected, rather like a large cat watching a mouse hole, perfectly prepared to wait as long as necessary. "Watson," he said, extending his hand, "thank you for coming." "Mr. Holmes," I replied, accepting the handshake. His grip was firm, brief, precisely calibrated to convey respect without presuming intimacy. "Please, sit." He gestured to the empty chair. "Brandy? The club keeps an excellent Armagnac." Thank you, yes. He poured with movements that were economical yet somehow elegant, the amber liquid catching the firelight as it fell. He handed me a glass and settled back into his chair, his fingers forming a steeple beneath his chin, a gesture so familiar from his brother that I felt a momentary disorientation, as if two very different men had momentarily overlapped. "You are wondering," Mycroft said, his voice measured and calm, "why I have summoned you here with such urgency and such mystery." The thought had crossed my mind, I admitted. A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "You're also wondering why I did not summon Sherlock instead, as he is, after all, the detective of the family." That thought had also occurred to me, yes. Mycroft took a sip of his brandy, considering his words with the care of a man who understood that words, once spoken, could not be recalled. "There are certain matters, Watson, that require not the brilliant flare of deduction, but rather the steady flame of discretion. My brother, for all his remarkable gifts, has never quite mastered the art of leaving well enough alone. He cannot encounter a puzzle without solving it, a mystery without illuminating it, a secret without exposing it to the harsh light of truth. These are admirable qualities in many circumstances, but not in all." I waited. Mycroft Holmes was not a man to be rushed. "This club," he continued, gesturing vaguely to encompass the building around us, "was founded 23 years ago by a group of gentlemen who shared a common affliction. They were all, in their various ways, unsuited to the social demands of London life. Some were simply misanthropic, others found conversation exhausting, still others harboured secrets that made ordinary society complicated. The Diogenes Club offered them sanctuary, a place where they could exist in the company of their peers without the burden of interaction. Silence, Watson, is this club's founding principle and its greatest offering." "It seems a rather unusual institution," I observed. "London is built on unusual institutions," Mycroft replied, "but like all institutions, it is only as secure as the integrity of its members, and therein lies our present difficulty." He set down his glass and leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping even lower, though we were quite alone. 3 days ago, a file vanished from the club's small library, not the reading room you pass through, but a more private collection kept in a locked room to which only senior members have access. This file contained correspondence, letters of a highly confidential nature pertaining to certain governmental concerns. "Stolen?" I asked. "That remains to be determined. It might have been misplaced, though that seems unlikely given the, shall we say, orderly nature of our membership. It might have been borrowed by someone who has not yet returned it, though that would violate club protocol. Or yes, it might have been stolen, which would constitute not merely a breach of club rules, but a rather more serious matter of state security." I considered this. "And you want me to help you recover it?" "I want you," Mycroft said carefully, "to serve as my witness. I'm going to interview each member who has access to that room. I'm going to ask questions that some may find uncomfortable, and I need someone present who can observe, who can listen, and who can later, if necessary, attest to what was said and done. Someone whose integrity is beyond question, and whose loyalty is, well, let us say, whose loyalty is not to me personally, but to a broader principle of justice and truth." "Why not use someone from within the club?" "Because everyone in this club, myself included, has something to hide. That is rather the point of the place. You, Watson, are that rarest of creatures, a man with nothing to conceal and no talent for deception. When you write of Sherlock's cases, your honesty is sometimes brutally unflattering to your own role in events. This quality, which might be considered a flaw in some professions, makes you ideal for mine." I wasn't entirely certain whether I had just been complimented or insulted, but I suspected it was somehow both. "Will you help me?" Mycroft asked. The fire crackled softly. Beyond the walls of the stranger's room, the Diogenes Club maintained its uncanny silence, its members pursuing their separate solitudes under the same roof. And somewhere within this building, a file containing state secrets had gone missing, taken by someone who understood the value of both information and discretion. I thought of Sherlock, who would have already been examining scratch marks on door frames and analysing the chemical composition of dust particles. This was not that kind of investigation. This was something slower, more subtle, more dangerous precisely because it moved beneath the surface of obvious clues. "Yes," I said, "I'll help." Mycroft nodded once, as if my answer had been a foregone conclusion. "Excellent. We begin tomorrow evening. For tonight, allow me to give you a brief introduction to our members. You should know whom you'll be observing." And so, as the fog pressed ever closer against the windows of Pall Mall, and as London settled into its nightly rhythms beyond the walls of that peculiar sanctuary, Mycroft Holmes began to speak. He described men who had retreated from the world, each carrying his own burdens, his own secrets, his own reasons for seeking silence. But one of them, it seemed, had found that silence insufficient to contain what they knew. One of them had broken faith, and I, John Watson, had agreed to help unmask them. The following evening arrived wrapped in the same grey shroud as its predecessor. London, it seemed, had decided that November would be a month of perpetual twilight, each day bleeding into night without the courtesy of a proper sunset. I made my way once more to Pall Mall, my collar turned up against the damp chill that crept beneath even the stoutest wool. The city's sounds were muffled, the clatter of hansom cabs reduced to dull thuds, voices becoming murmurs that dissolved before they could form complete thoughts. It was as if London itself had joined the Diogenes Club in its conspiracy of silence. The same porter admitted me, his nod of recognition so slight it might have been imagined. Once again, I passed through that entrance hall where silence lived like a third presence, through the corridor where the very air seemed to have learned the value of discretion. But this time, instead of being led to the stranger's room, I was guided to a different destination entirely. We climbed a staircase of dark oak, each step worn smooth by decades of careful footfalls. The banister was cool beneath my palm, the wood polished to a sheen that caught the gaslight in amber ribbons. On the landing, a tall window overlooked Pall Mall, and I paused momentarily to observe the street below. Through the fog I could see the dim forms of pedestrians moving like ghosts through a grey world, each absorbed in their own concerns, entirely unaware of the small drama unfolding in the building above them. The porter waited patiently, and I resumed my ascent. We reached the second floor, and here the atmosphere changed subtly. The carpet was thicker, the wallpaper richer, the very air somehow more rarefied. This was clearly a more exclusive domain, reserved for senior members whose tenure and standing granted them privileges beyond the common reading room. We stopped before a door marked with a small brass number, 7. The porter produced a key from his waistcoat pocket, unlocked the door with a precision that suggested long practice, and stepped aside. I entered what could only be described as a gentleman's private library, transported from some country manor and installed, somehow intact, within this London clubhouse. The room was not large, but it gave the impression of spaciousness through clever design. Bookshelves lined 3, walls reaching from floor to ceiling, accessed by a sliding ladder of polished brass and mahogany. The fourth wall held another of those tall windows, its curtains currently drawn back to admit what little light the evening offered. A reading table occupied the centre of the room, its surface of green leather bordered by gold tooling. 2 chairs flanked the table, and in one of them sat Mycroft Holmes. He looked up from the document he'd been studying, his expression revealing nothing. "Ah, Watson, punctual as always. Please close the door and join me." I did as instructed, and immediately the world beyond seemed to recede even further. The porter had vanished silently, as was his way. I took the empty chair and waited for Mycroft to speak. "This room," he began, setting aside his document with deliberate care, "is the Silence Library. A rather redundant name, given that the entire club operates under that principle, but there you have it. Only 12 members have keys. The founding members and those elected to replace them as age and mortality take their inevitable toll. I am one. Colonel Ashworth, whom you'll meet shortly, is another. The banker Pemberton, the scholar Caldwell, 8 others of similar standing." "And the missing file was kept here?" I asked. "Precisely there." Mycroft pointed to a particular shelf on the eastern wall, roughly at eye level. Third shelf from the top, between a rather dull treatise on Mediterranean trade routes and an even duller collection of diplomatic correspondence from the Crimean period. The file itself was unremarkable in appearance. Brown leather binding, no title on the spine, approximately 40 pages of foolscap within. One might pass it 100 times without noticing it, which was rather the point. I studied the shelf in question. The books there stood in neat formation, each spine aligned with military precision. There was no visible gap, no disruption in the orderly arrangement. "It's been replaced?" No, Mycroft said. The books have been shifted slightly to close the space. Someone with an eye for detail and a preference for order, which describes, unfortunately, virtually every member of this club. I rose and approached the shelf, examining it more closely. The volumes were old, their leather bindings cracked with age, their gilt lettering faded to ghostly suggestions of words. The scent of aging paper hung in the air, that peculiar musty perfume that speaks of knowledge preserved and time passing. I ran my finger along the spines, feeling the texture of decades beneath my touch. What was in the file? I asked, though I suspected I would not receive a complete answer. Mycroft was silent for a moment, weighing his words with the care of a chemist measuring volatile substances. Correspondence, he said finally, between certain members of Her Majesty's government and certain interested parties abroad. Nothing treasonous, mind you. Nothing that would constitute a clear violation of law. But information that, in the wrong hands, could prove embarrassing, could damage delicate negotiations currently underway, could in short make certain people's work considerably more difficult. Your work, I said. He inclined his head slightly. Among others. I occupy a peculiar position, Watson. I am not officially part of the Foreign Office, yet I advise them. I am not employed by the Home Office, yet they consult me. I am nowhere and everywhere in the machinery of government, a gear that meshes with others yet appears in no official schematic. This arrangement suits me admirably, as it allows me to be useful without being accountable. But it also means that certain communications cannot flow through normal channels. They require alternative routes. And this club serves as one such route? The club serves many purposes, Mycroft replied, rising from his chair and moving to the window. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the fog-obscured street below. It is, on its surface, exactly what it claims to be, a refuge for gentlemen who prefer their own company, and the company of books to the exhausting demands of society. But it is also, for a select few, something more, a place where information can be stored, where documents can be reviewed without the prying eyes of clerks and secretaries, where conversations can occur in the stranger's room that leave no official record. He turned to face me, his expression grave. The Diogenes Club, Watson, is built on secrets. Each man here guards his own and respects the secrets of others. It is an unspoken covenant, the foundation upon which this entire edifice rests. When someone violates that covenant, when someone takes what is not theirs and exposes what was meant to remain hidden, they threaten not just one secret, but the entire architecture of trust that makes this place possible. I understood then the true weight of what had occurred. This was not merely a theft. It was a betrayal of the highest order, a crack in the wall that separated the world of shadows from the world of light. Tell me about the members, I said, returning to my chair. You mentioned them last night, but only briefly. Mycroft resumed his seat, and in his eyes I saw something I had rarely observed in the Holmes brothers, genuine concern. Colonel Ashworth, he began, is 73 years old and has been a member since the club's founding. He served with distinction in India, witnessed things during the mutiny that left their mark upon his soul. He's a man of rigid honour and inflexible principles, but his mind remains sharp as a cavalry sabre. He comes to the club 6 days a week, always at the same hour, always sits in the same chair, always reads military journals and histories of ancient campaigns. Could he have taken the file? He had access. He had an opportunity. Whether he had a motive... Mycroft paused. The Colonel's loyalty to the Crown and country is beyond question. But loyalty can take many forms. If he believed the information in that file endangered British interests, he might well have taken it upon himself to secure it more safely. In his mind, such an action would not be theft, but duty. I made a mental note of this as Mycroft continued. Mr. Geoffrey Pemberton is our banker, 47 years old, unmarried, lives in rooms in Mayfair that are, by all accounts, immaculately maintained and thoroughly joyless. He joined the club 8 years ago, sponsored by Lord Havisham, who has since passed. Pemberton handles accounts for several prominent families, manages trusts, oversees investments. He is meticulous in his work and utterly discreet, which is why his clients trust him with their financial secrets. And would he have reason to steal government correspondence? Mycroft's fingers drummed once upon the table's edge, a rare gesture of uncertainty. Information is currency, Watson. In the right circumstances, the contents of that file could be quite valuable to certain parties. But Pemberton has always struck me as a man for whom security and stability matter more than wealth. He has enough money. What he treasures is predictability, order, the comfort of routine. Theft would disrupt all of that. Unless he needed money badly enough, I suggested. Gambling debts, blackmail. Possible, Mycroft conceded. I have made inquiries, but nothing obvious presents itself. Still, we shall watch him carefully. The third name came with even greater deliberation. Dr. Marcus Caldwell is perhaps our most enigmatic member. He is 51, a scholar of ancient languages who has published extensively on Sumerian texts and Egyptian hieroglyphics. He joined the club 9 years ago and has in that time spoken fewer than 100 words to anyone. He simply sits, reads, and occasionally makes notes in margins with a pencil he keeps sharpened to an impossibly fine point. He is brilliant, utterly absorbed in his work and seemingly indifferent to the present day. The 19th century barely interests him. He lives somewhere in the 3rd millennium before Christ. An unlikely thief, then? One would think. But consider this. A man who spends his days decoding ancient secrets, who has devoted his life to uncovering what was meant to remain hidden, who sees value in fragments of clay tablets that most would discard as rubbish. Such a man might also see value in documents that others consider merely administrative, and he would have the patience and the cunning to take them without leaving obvious traces. We sat in silence for a moment, the weight of suspicion settling around us like the fog outside. 3 men, each with access, each with potential motive, each a guardian of the club's peculiar covenant of silence. One of them, or perhaps someone else entirely, had broken faith. "How do you wish to proceed?" I asked. Mycroft rose and moved to the bookshelves, running his fingers along the spines, as I had done earlier. "I will interview each man separately here in this room beginning tomorrow evening. You will be present but silent. Watch their faces, Watson. Listen to their voices. You know better than most how people reveal themselves through the smallest gestures. My brother taught you to observe, whether you realize it or not. Use those skills now." "And Sherlock?" I asked. "You still haven't told him?" "Sherlock will remain ignorant of this entire matter," Mycroft said firmly. "He would approach this as a puzzle to be solved, damn the consequences. He would deduce brilliantly, expose thoroughly, and create a scandal that would reverberate through Whitehall and beyond. I need something more surgical. The guilty party must be identified, yes, but they must also be managed, contained, neutralized without public spectacle. This is not a case for Baker Street. This is a matter of state." Through the window, the gaslight below flickered as someone passed, their shadow stretching long before dissolving into fog. The city continued its evening routines, unaware that in this quiet room 2 men were preparing to unmask a traitor. "There's something else you should understand," Mycroft said, turning back to face me. "The Diogenes Club exists because powerful men need refuge from the world. They come here bearing the weight of decisions made in Parliament, in courtrooms, in military headquarters. They come here exhausted by the necessity of constant performance, of maintaining facades, of playing roles. In this place, they can simply be, silent, still, themselves, or perhaps the selves they might have been without the demands placed upon them." He moved to the reading table and placed both palms flat upon its surface, leaning forward slightly. "When we unmask whoever took that file, we will be destroying their sanctuary. We will be casting them out of the one place where they felt safe. I do not relish this, Watson, but it must be done. Secrets are like the roof tiles on this building. Each one seems insignificant, but remove enough of them and the entire structure collapses." I stood, moving beside him to look once more at the shelf where the missing file had rested. "Then we shall find who removed this particular tile," I said, "and we shall do it with as little damage to the rest as possible." Mycroft straightened, and for a moment his expression softened almost imperceptibly. "You are a good man, Watson. My brother is fortunate to have you as his chronicler and his friend. I am fortunate to have you as my witness." We left the silence library then, Mycroft locking the door behind us with a finality that seemed to seal more than just wood and brass. The porter materialized from some hidden alcove to escort me out, and I descended once more into the fog-wrapped streets of London, carrying with me the knowledge of what was to come. Tomorrow, the interrogations will begin. Tomorrow, we would start unravelling the careful lies of careful men. Tomorrow, in a room built for preserving secrets, we would expose one. The fog swallowed me as I walked toward Baker Street, and I thought of Sherlock, who would never know of this case, and of the different kinds of detective work the Holmes brothers performed, one in the light of public acclaim, the other in shadows where even the gas lamps could not reach. The third evening brought a change in London's temper. The fog had lifted slightly, enough that one could see perhaps 20 yards ahead instead of merely 10, and the gaslight managed a braver showing against the November dark. I arrived at the Diogenes Club precisely at 7, as instructed, and found Mycroft already waiting in the silence library, the room arranged as if for a theatrical performance whose audience would number exactly 1. The 2 chairs had been repositioned. One now sat facing the window, its back to the door, clearly meant for the interviewee. The other had been moved to a corner, angled so that its occupant could observe without being directly in the line of sight. A third chair, high-backed and imposing, had been placed opposite the first, positioned so that whoever sat there would be silhouetted against the window's grey light. Mycroft's choice of seat, without question. "Ah, Watson," Mycroft said, not rising from where he stood, examining a particular volume on ancient Greek warfare. "You'll sit there," he indicated the corner chair. "Say nothing unless directly addressed. Watch everything. Colonel Ashworth will arrive at 1/2 the hour. He is always punctual." I settled into the designated chair, which offered an excellent vantage point. From here I could see the face of whoever sat in the interrogation chair, for that is certainly what it was, while also observing Mycroft's silhouette and the interplay of body language between interrogator and subject. It was cunningly arranged, this little theatre, designed to unsettle without obvious intimidation. "You've done this before," I observed quietly. Mycroft replaced the volume on its shelf with mathematical precision. "One does not occupy my position without occasionally needing to ask uncomfortable questions. The art lies not in the asking, but in the listening. Most people, Watson, cannot bear silence. They will fill it, given time. They will elaborate when simple answers would suffice. They will explain what was not questioned. Silence, properly wielded, is the most effective interrogation tool ever devised." The clock in the corridor outside chimed the 1/2 hour, and within 30 seconds, I counted, a soft knock sounded at the door. "Enter," Mycroft said, his voice carrying that same absolute authority I had noted before. Colonel Ashworth entered with the bearing of a man who had spent 50 years expecting doorways to acknowledge his rank. He was tall, though age had begun the slow work of bowing his spine, and he moved with the careful deliberation of someone whose joints protested. Movement, but whose will overruled complaint. His moustache was indeed magnificent, a white cascade that framed a mouth set in permanent firmness. His eyes, however, betrayed something the rest of his features worked to conceal. Uncertainty, perhaps, or concern. He wore a dark suit of impeccable cut but dated style, the sort of garment that had been expensive when purchased 20 years prior and had been maintained with military precision ever since. A watch chain crossed his waistcoat, and on his right hand he wore a signet ring that caught the light as he moved. "Mycroft," he said, his voice carrying the clipped accent of a particular class and generation. Then, noticing me, "And this would be?" "Dr. John Watson," Mycroft replied. "You may know him as the chronicler of my brother's cases. He's here as an independent observer. What we discuss will be noted, but will remain confidential unless circumstances dictate otherwise." The Colonel's gaze fixed on me with the intensity of a man accustomed to assessing potential threats. After a moment he gave a curt nod. "Watson, yes, I've read some of your accounts. Bit sensational for my taste, but you write a clear sentence. That's more than can be said for most." "Thank you, Colonel," I said. "Please, sit." Mycroft gestured to the chair facing the window. Ashworth moved to it with measured steps, settling himself with the rigid posture of a man for whom slouching would constitute a moral failure. Mycroft took his own seat, becoming a dark shape against the grey light beyond. The arrangement placed Ashworth's face in clear illumination, while keeping Mycroft's features obscured. I could see the Colonel register this, see the slight tightening around his eyes that suggested he understood the tactical disadvantage. "You know why you're here," Mycroft began. It was not a question. "I assume it concerns the missing correspondence," Ashworth replied. "Damn poor show, that. In my day, a man who violated the trust of his club would have been horsewhipped. And yet we live in more civilized times," Mycroft said dryly. "Tell me, Colonel, when did you last access the Silence Library?" Ashworth did not hesitate. Thursday last, at 4 in the afternoon. I was here for approximately 45 minutes, reviewing some documents related to the Tira campaign. I'm considering writing a monograph on mountain warfare tactics. And did you notice anything unusual? Anyone else present? Any disturbance in the arrangement of materials? The room was empty when I arrived and empty when I departed. I noticed nothing amiss. The books were in their proper places, as they always are. We're not barbarians here, Mycroft. We return things where we found them. Mycroft let silence settle for a moment, and I watched Ashworth's hands. They rested on the arms of the chair, fingers slightly tensed, not quite relaxed. The Colonel was maintaining composure, but it cost him effort. You've been a member of this club since its founding, Mycroft continued. 23 years. In that time, you've seen members come and go. You've seen the club grow from a curious experiment into an institution. You've also seen the world change around it. The world has gone soft, Ashworth said with sudden vehemence. In my youth, men knew their duty and did it without complaint. Now we have politicians who wring their hands over every decision, diplomats who apologise for British interests, generals who worry more about public opinion than victory. The empire is being managed by clerks when it should be led by soldiers. Strong words, Mycroft observed. True words, Ashworth shot back. And if you're wondering whether I took those papers because I disagreed with whatever pusillanimous policy they represented, the answer is no, I did not. I am many things, Mycroft, but I am not a thief. When I have objected to government policy, I have done so openly through proper channels. I fought for the Queen and country for 37 years. I bled for this nation in places whose names most Englishmen cannot pronounce. I will not, at 73, skulk about stealing documents like some common burglar. The passion in his voice was genuine, and I found myself believing him. But Mycroft, I noticed, showed no reaction at all. Yet you understand the value of information, Mycroft said. You've served in intelligence capacities. You know that sometimes a single piece of paper can be worth more than a regiment. Ashworth's jaw tightened. I know that information is power. I also know that power without honour is tyranny. Whoever took those papers, whatever their reasoning, has dishonoured this club and dishonoured themselves. When you find them, I hope you show them the door with maximum prejudice. Mycroft leaned forward slightly, just enough to bring his face partially into the light. And if I were to tell you that those papers concern negotiations that might prevent a war, that might save British lives through diplomacy rather than bloodshed? The Colonel's expression flickered, surprise followed by consideration, followed by a kind of grudging acceptance. Then I would say such negotiations should be conducted by men with spines. But I would also say that preventing unnecessary bloodshed is a worthy goal. War, Mycroft, is not glory. It is mud and disease and young men dying in agony. If it can be avoided honourably, it should be. Another silence fell, this one longer. Ashworth shifted slightly in his chair, the first crack in his military bearing. His fingers drummed once against the chair arm, then stopped as he consciously controlled the gesture. How long have you known Pemberton? Mycroft asked. The change of subject so abrupt it was clearly intentional. Ashworth blinked. Pemberton? The banker? 8 years, I suppose, since he joined. Why? You speak with him occasionally, in the stranger's room. We've exchanged perhaps 20 words in 8 years. Hardly a deep acquaintance. Yet you recommended him for senior membership 3 years ago. The Colonel's eyes narrowed. I did. He seemed sound. Kept to himself. Respected the silence. Never made trouble. Why? Do you suspect him? I suspect everyone, Mycroft said calmly. It's rather my profession. Tell me about Dr. Caldwell. The scholar. Don't know the man. Seen him about, of course. Always hunched over some ancient text, scribbling notes. Brilliant by reputation, though brilliance is no guarantee of character. Indeed, Mycroft agreed. You served in India during the mutiny. The change of subject was even more jarring this time, and I saw Ashworth stiffen. I did. You saw things there that changed you. Any man with eyes saw things that changed him. What's your point, Mycroft? Only that trauma can reshape a man's loyalties, can make him question what he once held certain, can make him doubt the institutions he once served without reservation. Ashworth rose abruptly, his face flushing. If you're suggesting that my service made me a traitor, you can go to hell. I've spent my life defending England. I've lost friends, lost health, lost sleep to nightmares of things you couldn't imagine. But I have never betrayed the trust placed in me. Mycroft remained seated, unmoved by the display. Please sit down, Colonel. I'm suggesting nothing of the sort. I'm merely noting that loyalty takes many forms, and sometimes what appears to be betrayal is actually a different kind of faithfulness. Ashworth remained standing for another moment, breathing heavily, then slowly lowered himself back into the chair. When he spoke again, his voice was quieter, edged with something that might have been pain. In Cawnpore, I saw British women and children massacred. I saw wells filled with bodies. I saw things that haunt me still, every night when I close my eyes. And yes, it changed me. It taught me that savagery wears many faces, and that civilization is a thin veneer over the darkness that lurks in every human heart. But it also taught me the value of honour. Without honour, we're no better than the worst of what I witnessed. And that honour would prevent you from taking the file, Mycroft said. Yes. Even if you believe the information should be secured differently, even then, there are proper channels, protocols. If I believed something was being mishandled, I would report it through appropriate means. To whom? Ashworth hesitated. To someone in authority. To the club's governing board. To me, Mycroft finished. You would have come to me. Perhaps, yes, but you didn't. Because I didn't take the damned file. Ashworth's composure cracked fully now, his voice rising. I don't know who did. I don't know why. But I swear on every man I commanded, every soldier I buried, every oath I've ever taken, it wasn't me. Mycroft stood slowly, moving to the window to gaze out at the darkening street. Thank you, Colonel. You may go. Ashworth rose, steadying himself with visible effort. He looked at Mycroft's back for a long moment, then turned toward the door. As he passed my chair, he paused. Watson, he said quietly, you'll write this up some day, I imagine. When you do, remember this. A man's honour is all he has. Everything else, rank, wealth, reputation, can be stripped away. But honour remains if he chooses to keep it. Then he was gone, the door closing with a soft click that seemed to echo in the silence he left behind. Mycroft remained at the window for several minutes, saying nothing. I waited, knowing he was processing what he'd heard, weighing not just words but tone, gesture, the subtle revelations that occurred in spaces between speech. Finally he turned. Your assessment? He didn't take it, I said. I'd stake my professional reputation on it. Interesting, Mycroft replied, because I'm not entirely certain. He's a man of rigid principles, yes, but rigid principles can sometimes produce rigid actions. If he believed those papers endangered British interests, he might well have taken them, telling himself it was duty rather than theft. The mind is remarkably adept at justifying what the heart desires. You think he's lying? I think he believes he's telling the truth. Whether that's the same thing? Mycroft shrugged. We have 2 more interviews to conduct. Pemberton arrives in 15 minutes, then Caldwell. By evening's end, we'll have a clearer picture. Or a muddier one, I suggested. Mycroft's lips quivered in what might have been a smile. In my experience, Watson, clarity and mud are often the same substance viewed from different angles. Now let us prepare for our banker. Mr. Pemberton, I suspect, will present a very different sort of challenge. The clock ticked. The gaslight flickered. Beyond the window, London continued its evening rituals, and somewhere in this building a secret waited to be uncovered, held in the mind of a man who had learned the Diogenes Club's most valuable lesson, that silence, properly maintained, could hide almost anything. Almost. Geoffrey Pemberton arrived precisely on time, which somehow made him seem late. Where Colonel Ashworth had entered with military bearing, Pemberton slipped into the room with the apologetic air of a man perpetually convinced he was intruding. He was of medium height, medium build, medium colouring, the sort of person one might pass in the street a dozen times without registering. His suit was expensive but subdued, charcoal grey with the faintest pinstripe perfectly pressed. His shoes gleamed with fresh polish. Everything about him whispered discretion, careful management, absolute control, yet his hands trembled. It was subtle, barely perceptible, but I saw it as he took the offered chair, a slight shake in his fingers as they gripped the armrest. He noticed me noticing, and immediately clasped his hands in his lap, forcing them to stillness through sheer will. Mr. Pemberton, Mycroft began, his voice carrying less of an edge than it had with the Colonel. Thank you for coming. Of course, Mr. Holmes. Pemberton's voice was soft, cultured, with the precise diction of a man who had worked to erase any trace of regional accent. "I understand there's been an incident, most distressing, most irregular. Indeed. You manage financial affairs for several prominent families, I believe." "I do. The Havisham estate, the Worthington trusts, Lord Blackwood's investments, also some corporate accounts. Nothing terribly exciting. Railways mostly, some shipping concerns." "Sensitive information passes through your hands." "Constantly." Pemberton's eyes flickered toward the window, then back to Mycroft. "Discretion is the foundation of my profession, Mr. Holmes. Clients trust me with knowledge of their financial situations, their investments, their indiscretions, shall we say. A man who inherits a fortune but gambles half away. A widow whose late husband's accounts reveal mistresses. These are not matters for public consumption. And you guard these secrets faithfully, as I would my own life. Without trust, I have no profession. Without discretion, I have no clients. It's really quite simple mathematics." Mycroft leaned back, his silhouette shifting against the grey light. "When did you last access the Silence Library?" Pemberton considered this with the careful precision I imagined he brought to balance sheets. "Tuesday afternoon. I was reviewing some historical precedents for trust law. There's a case from 1867 that has bearing on the Worthington situation. I spent perhaps an hour here, possibly 90 minutes. I left when the clock struck 6. I had an appointment with Lord Blackwood at past. And you noticed nothing unusual?" "Nothing whatsoever. The room was empty when I arrived and remained so during my visit. I return my materials to their proper places and lock the door upon departure, as is protocol." "You have gambling debts, Mr. Pemberton?" The statement hung in the air like smoke from a pistol shot. I watched Pemberton's face closely. His expression didn't change, not exactly, but something shuttered behind his eyes, a door closing on a room he didn't want examined. That's not accurate," he said carefully. "I enjoy the occasional evening at my club, certainly. A few hands of whist, perhaps, but nothing excessive, nothing problematic." "The Marlborough Club. You were there 3 nights this week." Pemberton's hands tightened in his lap. "Marlborough is a respectable establishment. Many professional men are members. I enjoy the company, the conversation. You lost £47 on Tuesday evening alone." The silence that followed was profound. Pemberton's face had gone pale, and I saw a muscle jump in his jaw. When he spoke, his voice carried a desperate edge it hadn't held before. "How do you— That is, my personal affairs are my own concern, Mr. Holmes. They have no bearing on this matter, don't they?" Mycroft's tone remained mild, almost conversational. "A man with financial difficulties gains access to information that others might pay handsomely for. It's not an unreasonable connection to draw." "I would never—" Pemberton stopped, took a breath, forced composure back into his voice. "My debts are manageable. I have resources. My income is sufficient to cover any temporary setbacks. I would not, could not betray client confidences or club privileges for money. The very suggestion is insulting." £47 on Tuesday, Mycroft continued as if Pemberton hadn't spoken. 63 on Wednesday. Friday you won 18 back, which must have felt like a reprieve. But Saturday, our Saturday was unkind. £112 gone before midnight. That's £204 in a single week, Mr. Pemberton. How many weeks can a man sustain such losses? Pemberton stood abruptly, his composure cracking like ice over a thawing pond. "This is outrageous. You have no right to investigate my private activities. I came here voluntarily as a courtesy, and you ambush me with accusations and surveillance of my personal life." "Sit down," Mycroft said, and there was steel beneath the silk of his voice now. Pemberton hesitated, breathing hard, then slowly lowered himself back into the chair. His hands were shaking openly now, all pretense of control abandoned. "I'm not accusing you of anything," Mycroft continued. "I'm merely establishing context. A man's financial situation is context, Mr. Pemberton. His habits are context. His pressures and obligations are context. You manage other people's money while losing your own. That's notable." "I manage it well," Pemberton said, his voice barely above a whisper. "My clients have never suffered a loss through my negligence or dishonesty. Never. My record is impeccable. Your professional record, certainly, but a man is not merely his profession. Tell me about your rooms in Mayfair." "What about them?" "You live alone. No servants, which is unusual for someone of your station and income. I prefer privacy. I'm capable of managing my own household." No visitors, no social calls. You leave at 8 each morning, return at 7 each evening, except on club nights. You take your meals at restaurants, always the same 3 establishments, rotating them in sequence. Monday and Thursday at Simpson's, Tuesday and Friday at Rules, Wednesday and Saturday at the Criterion. Sunday you eat tinned soup in your rooms. Pemberton's eyes had gone wide. You've been watching me. I've been watching everyone with access to that library, Mycroft corrected. It's what I do, Mr. Pemberton. It's what I must do. The question is not whether I know your routines, but why those routines are so rigidly maintained. What are you protecting yourself from? What are you afraid might happen if you deviate from the pattern? For a long moment, I thought, Pemberton might refuse to answer. He sat rigid in his chair, his face a mask of barely controlled emotion. Then slowly something in him seemed to break. I'm afraid, he said quietly, that if I stop moving, if I allow any variation, any chaos into my life, I will lose myself entirely. Do you understand? I wake at the same hour. I dress in the same sequence. I take the same omnibus to the same office. I eat at the same restaurants. I return to the same empty rooms. This is how I survive, Mr. Holmes. This is how I maintain the illusion that my life has meaning, has structure, has purpose. His voice had dropped to barely above a whisper, and I found myself leaning forward to hear him. I manage vast sums for people who will never want for anything. I protect fortunes that could feed every poor family in London for generations. And at the end of each day, I return to rooms that contain nothing of value, nothing that matters, nothing that would be missed if I simply ceased to exist. The Diogenes Club is the only place where this emptiness feels like a choice rather than a condition, where silence is a principle rather than a punishment. Mycroft remained still, his silhouette dark against the window. And the gambling? Pemberton laughed, a sound without humour. The gambling is the only time I feel anything. Win or lose, there's that moment when the cards turn, when possibility becomes reality, when the future resolves into the present. For that moment, I'm not managing someone else's money or living someone else's life. I'm simply alive, suspended between hope and despair. But you're losing more than you can afford. I'm losing more than I should, Pemberton corrected, but I can afford it, for now. My income is substantial, my expenses minimal. I have savings. I have time to correct the course before it becomes truly problematic. Unless, Mycroft said softly, you needed a larger sum quickly, to cover an accumulated debt perhaps, or to buy yourself time before someone notices the pattern. Pemberton's eyes locked onto Mycroft's shadow. I did not take that file. I did not sell information. I may be pathetic, Mr. Holmes. I may be desperately, profoundly lonely. I may be making choices that will eventually destroy me, but I am not a traitor. I am not a thief. The conviction in his voice was absolute, and I found myself once again believing what I heard. But Mycroft, I knew, would not be swayed by conviction alone. Tell me about Dr. Caldwell, Mycroft said, shifting direction with the sudden grace of a fencer changing lines. Pemberton blinked at the change of subject. Caldwell? I barely know the man. We've exchanged perhaps a dozen words in 9 years. He's absorbed in his work. Ancient civilizations, dead languages. He seems to find more life in the past than the present. Does he gamble? I've never seen him at the Marlborough, if that's what you're asking. I don't know what he does outside this club. I don't think anyone does. But you've observed him here. As much as one observes anyone in a club dedicated to non-observation. He reads. He makes notes. Sometimes he mutters to himself in languages I don't recognize. Sumerian, perhaps, or Akkadian. He seems content in his isolation. And Colonel Ashworth? A different sort of isolation. The Colonel's silence feels like discipline. Caldwell feels like a preference. The Colonel chooses not to speak. Caldwell has simply forgotten that speech was ever necessary. It was a perceptive observation, delivered with more insight than I'd expected from a man who moments before had been confessing to profound loneliness. Pemberton, I realized, was more observant than his careful neutrality suggested. Mycroft stood, moving to the bookshelves with his characteristic economy of motion. He ran one finger along a row of spines, then stopped at a particular volume, pulling it partially free before pushing it back into place. This book, he said, is a complete history of the Second Punic War. Hannibal's campaigns, the battles, the political manoeuvring between Rome and Carthage. It is, in its way, a study in the use and abuse of information. Hannibal succeeded not through superior numbers, but through superior intelligence. He knew where Rome's armies would be before Rome did. He understood their strategies, their weaknesses, their fears. Information was his weapon. "I fail to see the relevance," Pemberton said. "Don't you?" Mycroft turned to face him. "The file that's missing contains information. Not military information, not in the conventional sense, but information that could shift balances, influence negotiations, damage reputations. In the right hands, it's a weapon as surely as Hannibal's elephants. The question is, whose hands?" Pemberton met his gaze steadily. "Not mine, Mr. Holmes. I swear it on whatever honour I have left. Not mine." Mycroft studied him for a long moment, then nodded once. "You may go, Mr. Pemberton, but I would suggest that you consider your gambling. Patterns that begin as escapes have a way of becoming prisons. I speak from observation, not judgment." Pemberton rose, his movements careful, controlled. As he reached the door, he paused. "Mr. Holmes, when you find who took it, when you discover the truth, will you destroy them?" "I will do what's necessary," Mycroft replied. "Nothing more, nothing less." "That's what I thought," Pemberton said quietly and left. The silence that followed his departure felt heavier than before. I remained in my corner chair watching as Mycroft returned to the window, his hands clasped behind his back. "Well?" he asked without turning. "He's desperate," I said. "But I don't think he's our thief. His desperation is too internal, too focused on his own dissolution. A man selling secrets thinks outward, toward what he can gain. Pemberton only thinks inward, toward what he's losing." "Perhaps," Mycroft said. "Or perhaps that's exactly what he wishes us to believe. A man who can manage complex financial instruments while appearing utterly defeated might also manage to steal documents while appearing utterly incapable of deception." "You suspect everyone," I said. "I suspect everyone," he agreed. "It's exhausting, but it's also what keeps empires from falling. Now, we have one more interview this evening. Dr. Caldwell should arrive shortly, and Watson. Watch him even more carefully than the others. Still waters, as they say, run deep, and ancient scholars have been keeping secrets since long before the Diogenes Club made silence fashionable." The clock chimed the 3/4 hour. 15 minutes until Caldwell arrived. 15 minutes to prepare for a man who lived more in the 3rd millennium before Christ than in the final decade of the 19th century after it. I settled deeper into my chair and waited, wondering what secrets lay buried not in missing files, but in the quiet minds of men who had learned that the greatest disappearing act is to vanish while remaining perfectly visible. Dr. Marcus Caldwell arrived late, which was itself a revelation. In a club where punctuality was practiced with religious devotion, tardiness spoke of either supreme indifference or profound distraction. From what I had heard of the man, I suspected it was both. He appeared in the doorway without knocking, simply materializing as if he had stepped through time rather than space. He was smaller than I'd expected, slight of build, with the perpetual stoop of a man who had spent decades bent over ancient texts. His hair was grey and unkempt, falling across his forehead in a way that suggested he'd forgotten about it sometime in his youth and never remembered since. Behind wire-rimmed spectacles, his eyes held a peculiar quality, not vacant, but focused on something just beyond the visible world, as if he were reading invisible inscriptions in the air itself. His clothing was academic shabby, a worn tweed jacket with leather patches at the elbows, trousers that had been expensive once but now bore the marks of benign neglect, a waistcoat missing a button. He carried a leather satchel that bulged with papers and books, and his fingers were ink-stained in a way that no amount of washing could remedy. "Mycroft," he said, his voice unexpectedly deep and resonant. "You wished to see me, about the Akkadian cylinder seal I mentioned last month? I've made progress on the translation. The middle passage is quite extraordinary. It completely revises our understanding of Hammurabi's." "Dr. Caldwell," Mycroft interrupted gently, "this concerns the missing file." Caldwell blinked as if returning from a great distance. "File? Oh, yes. The modern thing. Terribly irregular. Though I suppose all modern things are irregular when measured against proper millennia." He moved to the chair without being asked, settling into it with the absent grace of a man who paid no attention to his body's movements. His satchel he placed carefully at his feet, one hand remaining protectively on its worn surface. "When did you last access the Silence Library?" Mycroft asked. Caldwell's brow furrowed. Tuesday? No, Wednesday, or possibly Thursday. The days do blend rather. I was looking for a reference text on Sumerian trade routes. Found it, as it happens. Fascinating material on the movement of lapis lazuli from Afghanistan to Mesopotamia. The networks these ancient peoples maintained were far more sophisticated than modern scholarship credits. We're so terribly arrogant about our own age, you know. We think instantaneous communication via telegraph is revolutionary, but the Sumerians could move information across thousands of miles in remarkably efficient. Dr. Caldwell, Mycroft said, his patience evident in the careful modulation of his tone. The file. Did you notice anything unusual during your visit to the library? Unusual? Caldwell seemed to consider this as if it were a philosophical problem. Well, the filing system is rather chaotic by Assyrian standards. They had a much more logical approach to cataloguing in the library at Nineveh. Ashurbanipal's archivists would have been horrified by our modern methods. Everything cross-referenced by subject, author, and... Did you see anyone else in the room? I asked, unable to help myself. Caldwell's gaze shifted to me, seeming to notice my presence for the first time. And you would be? Dr. Watson, an observer. Ah, a fellow doctor, though I suspect our doctoral subjects differ rather significantly. I study the dead. You study the living. An interesting philosophical divide, that. The dead, you see, don't change. Their secrets remain constant. The living are terribly unreliable, always evolving, revising, contradicting themselves. The room, Dr. Caldwell, Mycroft prompted. Empty when I arrived, empty when I departed, though I may have stayed longer than I realised. Time becomes flexible when one is properly absorbed in research. I've been known to enter the library at noon and emerge to find it's evening. The sun sets differently in ancient Mesopotamia, you understand. Their day began at sunset, not sunrise. Throws off one's modern chronology. Mycroft leaned forward slightly. You've been a member of this club for 9 years. In that time, you've spoken to very few people. Why? Caldwell looked genuinely puzzled by the question. Why would I? Most conversation is extraordinarily inefficient. People speak to hear themselves speak, to fill silence, to maintain social fictions. I find it exhausting. The written word is so much cleaner, fixed, permanent. When Gilgamesh speaks across 4,000 years through cuneiform tablets, his meaning is preserved precisely. But modern conversation, ambiguity, imprecision, misunderstanding. Yet you're speaking now, I observed, because Mycroft asked questions that required answers. That's proper dialogue, functional, not the dreadful small talk that passes for discourse in society. How are you? Fine, thank you. Lovely weather. Complete nonsense. The weather is the weather. It requires no commentary. Despite myself, I felt a certain sympathy for the man. There was something refreshingly honest in his absolute disregard for social convention. Mycroft stood and moved to the bookshelves, his fingers tracing along the spines as he'd done during Pemberton's interview. Dr. Caldwell, you spend your life decoding secrets, ancient languages, lost civilizations, encrypted messages carved in stone. You find meaning in symbols that have been silent for millennia. Not silent, Caldwell corrected. Waiting. There's a difference. The cuneiform tablets in the British Museum are screaming their stories to anyone who knows how to listen. It's we who've gone deaf. And modern secrets, Mycroft asked, do they interest you at all? Hardly. Modern secrets are tedious. Affairs, financial improprieties, political manoeuvring, all so temporary, so meaningless in the long scope of history. In 4,000 years, who will care about Victorian England's diplomatic correspondence? But the Epic of Gilgamesh, the laws of Hammurabi, these endure because they speak to fundamental human truths. Mycroft pulled a book from the shelf, the same volume on the Second Punic War he'd referenced during Pemberton's interrogation. And yet, you're here, in this club, surrounded by men keeping precisely those temporary, meaningless modern secrets you claim to despise. Caldwell shrugged. The club is quiet. That's all I require. The secrets of others are their own concern. I'm here for the silence and the library, not the company. The file that's missing, Mycroft said, replacing the book and turning to face Caldwell fully, contained correspondence regarding negotiations with a foreign power, sensitive information that could affect Britain's position in certain delicate matters, information that, in the wrong hands, could shift balances of power. How very Assyrian, Caldwell murmured. Esarhaddon faced similar problems with his vassal states. Information as currency, secrets as weapons. The more things change... Did you take it? The question was delivered with such casual directness that it seemed to catch Caldwell off guard. He blinked several times, his hand tightening on his satchel. Take it? Why on earth would I take it? I can barely manage to keep track of my own research materials. I once left an irreplaceable photograph of a Hittite inscription on an omnibus. Spent 3 days retracing my steps before finding it in the lost property office. If I'd taken a file of government correspondence, I'd have probably used it to mark my place in a book on Babylonian astronomy and forgotten about it entirely. There was something utterly convincing in his befuddlement. This was not a man who could successfully orchestrate a theft of any kind. He seemed barely capable of orchestrating his own arrival at appointments. "Have you noticed anything unusual about the other members recently?" Mycroft asked. "Any changes in behaviour, routine, demeanour?" Caldwell considered this with the same careful attention he might give to a damaged tablet. "Pemberton has been more agitated, sits differently in his chair, less settled. The Colonel is the Colonel, might as well ask if a stone has changed its nature, though he's been reading more about recent conflicts, India, Afghanistan. Usually he sticks to ancient campaigns. That's somewhat unusual. And the others? Members you might not interact with but observe? There's a gentleman, don't know his name, who sits near the east window. He's been coughing more. Consumption, perhaps. Or chronic bronchitis. Probably 2 years at most. And the portly fellow who sleeps with the Times, he's lost weight. The waistcoat doesn't fit as well. Illness or intentional reduction, I couldn't say. The young man who always reads engineering journals hasn't been here for a fortnight, holiday or professional obligation, or simply lost interest. I found myself impressed despite everything. For a man who claimed no interest in his fellow members, Caldwell had observed them with remarkable acuity. Mycroft returned to his chair, the silhouette against the window resuming its commanding presence. "Dr. Caldwell, you live in a world of codes and ciphers, of symbols that hide meanings from casual observers. If you were to conceal a document in this club, how would you do it?" Caldwell's eyes lit with the first genuine interest he'd shown since arriving. "Ah, now that's a proper question. Well, the obvious method would be to hide it among similar items. File it with other files where it would be effectively invisible. That's the purloined letter approach, isn't it?" Poe understood psychological invisibility quite well. Or one could create a false volume, hollow out a book and place the documents inside, though that requires tools and time. The most elegant solution would be to encode the information and leave it in plain sight. Substitute a different document with similar appearance, or... He stopped abruptly, his expression shifting to something like alarm. "What is it?" Mycroft asked sharply. "The filing," Caldwell said slowly. "The way the books were arranged when I was last in the library. There was something off. Not wrong, precisely, but different. A pattern I noticed subconsciously, but didn't consciously register at the time." "Explain," Mycroft commanded. Caldwell stood, moving to the bookshelves with sudden purpose. His fingers traced along the spines, not randomly, but with clear intent. In Assyrian libraries, certain books were grouped by subject, yes, but also by symbolic relationships. They used what we'd call lateral thinking. A text on astronomy might be shelved next to one on divination because both dealt with reading signs. A military history beside a work on metallurgy because weapons connect them. His fingers stopped at a particular volume. When I was in the Silence Library on Wednesday, yes, definitely Wednesday, I remember now because I'd been reading about Wednesday's Sumerian connection to Mercury, the god of communication. When I was there, I noticed that 3 books on diplomatic history had been moved, separated from their proper sequence and redistributed to different shelves. At the time, I assumed someone had simply been careless in reshelving. But now, Mycroft prompted. Caldwell's eyes were distant, calculating. Now I wonder if it was a message, a code. The Spartans used a cytle, a cylinder around which they wound a strip of leather inscribed with letters. Unwound, the letters appeared random. Wound around the correct diameter cylinder, they formed readable text. Could these books be similar? Their positions encoding information for someone who knew how to read the pattern. Mycroft was on his feet immediately. "Show me, in the Silence Library. Show me exactly what you noticed." Within minutes, we three were ascending to the library, Caldwell leading with surprising energy, his earlier vagueness replaced by focused intensity. The club's other members paid us no attention, or rather, maintained their practiced obliviousness as we passed through the reading room. The Silence Library was as I'd left it, unchanged, perfectly ordered, or so it appeared. Caldwell moved directly to the eastern wall, his fingers finding books with unerring accuracy. Here, this one, Treatise of the Congress of Vienna. It should be with the other post-Napoleonic diplomatic texts, here on this shelf. But it's been moved down 2 shelves and over to the right, placed between a history of Baltic trade and naval engagements of the 17th century. No logical reason for that placement. He moved to another section. And this, Dispatches from the Crimean Front, should be with other mid-century military correspondence. Instead, it's up here, next to agricultural development in rural England and the architecture of Gothic cathedrals. Mycroft's eyes were hard, focused. And the third, correspondence regarding the Indian Mutiny, should be with the Colonel's usual reading materials. Instead, Caldwell crossed to the southern wall. It's here, between a study of medieval monasticism and botanical surveys of the Scottish Highlands. For a long moment none of us spoke. The 3 books sat on their respective shelves, innocent and unremarkable. But their positions, their displaced locations, suddenly seemed to pulse with meaning. "It's a cipher," Mycroft said quietly. "Books as letters, positions as syntax. Someone has been leaving messages in the arrangement of volumes, communicating with someone else who knows how to read the pattern. But communicating what?" I asked. Mycroft pulled the first book from its shelf, examining it carefully. He turned to the page numbers corresponding to its shelf position, read something there, then replaced it. He repeated the process with the second and third books, his expression growing darker with each examination. "Meeting times," he said finally. "Shelf positions correspond to dates and hours, page numbers to locations. Someone has been using this library as a dead drop, arranging meetings outside the club. The missing file wasn't stolen in a single moment. It was photographed, perhaps, or copied page by page, and the information was passed gradually, systematically to someone who knew when and where to collect it." "Who?" Caldwell asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Mycroft turned to face us both, and in the gaslight his features were severe, carved from stone. Someone clever enough to use ancient encoding methods in a modern context. Someone patient enough to move books incrementally over weeks or months without arousing suspicion. Someone who understands that the best way to hide a conspiracy is to conduct it in absolute plain sight. He looked at Caldwell with an expression I couldn't quite read. Someone, perhaps, who has spent a lifetime learning to read what others cannot see, to find meaning in arrangements of symbols, to decode the hidden language of positioned objects. Caldwell's face went pale. "You cannot possibly think that I think," Mycroft said softly, "that we have found not our thief, but the method by which the theft was coordinated. And tomorrow, Dr. Caldwell, we will discover who has been reading these particular books, who has been standing exactly where you stood, who has been decoding messages left in a language only a scholar of ancient texts might recognize." The silence that followed was absolute. Outside, London continued its evening rhythms. Inside the Silence Library, 3 men stood among books that were no longer merely books, but letters in an alphabet of betrayal. And somewhere in this club, someone who thought themselves safe behind walls of silence was about to discover that all codes eventually could be broken. The revelation in the Silence Library had transformed the space from a sanctuary of scholarship into something closer to a crime scene. Mycroft stood motionless before the 3 displaced volumes, his mind working with that peculiar intensity I had witnessed in his brother during moments of crucial deduction. Dr. Caldwell had retreated to a corner, his face still pale, one hand clutching his satchel, as if it were the only solid thing in a suddenly unstable world. "Watson," Mycroft said without turning, "go downstairs, find the porter and ask him to summon Colonel Ashworth and Mr. Pemberton. Tell them I require their presence in the Silence Library immediately. Tell them nothing more." I hesitated. "Should I mention—" "Nothing more," Mycroft repeated, his voice carrying that absolute authority that made argument impossible. I descended the stairs, my mind racing. The book cipher, if that's truly what it was, suggested a sophistication that seemed beyond any of the men we'd interviewed. The Colonel was disciplined but conventional in his thinking. Pemberton was drowning in his own desperation. Caldwell was brilliant but scattered, seemingly incapable of the methodical planning such a scheme required. Yet one of them, or perhaps someone we hadn't yet considered, had orchestrated this elaborate communication system. The porter materialized from some hidden alcove as I reached the ground floor. I delivered Mycroft's message, watching his impassive face for any reaction. There was none. He simply nodded and moved off toward the reading room with his characteristic silent efficiency. I returned to the library to find Mycroft had moved to the reading table, where he had arranged paper and pen. Dr. Caldwell remained in his corner, looking rather like a specimen pinned to a collector's board, present but helpless, observed but not quite understood. "Dr. Caldwell," Mycroft said, "I need you to reconstruct the book positions as you remember them from previous visits. Not just Wednesday, but any time in the past month you noticed displaced volumes. Can you do that?" Caldwell's scholarly instincts seemed to override his distress. Yes, I think so. My memory for spatial relationships is quite good. When you study fragmented tablets, you learn to remember where each piece belongs relative to the whole. Then begin. Write down each book title and its incorrect position. Be as precise as possible." As Caldwell moved to the table and began writing with surprising speed, his ink-stained fingers flying across the page, I moved closer to Mycroft. "You don't believe he's involved," I said quietly. "I believe," Mycroft replied in an equally low voice, "that Dr. Caldwell is exactly what he appears to be. A brilliant scholar with no talent for deception and no interest in the present day. But that very quality makes him dangerous in a different way. He sees patterns. He notices displacements. If he had mentioned this book arrangement to the wrong person, had commented casually about the curious reshelving, he might have exposed the entire operation prematurely. So why was he called here tonight? Because our thief needed to know if Caldwell had noticed. Needed to assess whether the cipher had been compromised. They expected me to interview him, and expected me to ask questions. What they didn't expect was that Caldwell would make the connection himself, here in this room, with us present." The door opened, and Colonel Ashworth entered, his bearing as rigid as ever, though I detected a weariness around his eyes that hadn't been there during his interrogation. Behind him came Pemberton, whose trembling hands had progressed to a visible shake he could no longer disguise. "Mycroft," the Colonel said, "this is highly irregular. I've already answered your questions. I see no reason to be summoned like a—" He stopped as he noticed Caldwell at the table, writing furiously, and the 3 books Mycroft had left deliberately displayed on the reading surface. Pemberton saw them too. His face, already pale, went absolutely white. "Those books. They're out of place. Someone should reshelve them properly." "Should they?" Mycroft asked, his voice mild. "And where precisely should each one be shelved, Mr. Pemberton?" The question hung in the air like a noose waiting for a neck. Pemberton's mouth opened, closed, opened again. I don't... They should be with similar volumes, obviously. Any organised mind could see that." "Any organised mind," Mycroft agreed, "or any mind that has been reading these particular volumes regularly. Tell me, Mr. Pemberton, when you were last here on Tuesday, reviewing trust law precedents, did you happen to notice these books?" I can't recall. Because Dr. Caldwell noticed them. He has a remarkable memory for spatial relationships, as it happens, and he's currently reconstructing every misplaced volume he's observed over the past month." Mycroft gestured to where Caldwell was still writing, covering the page with meticulous notations. "Would you like to know what pattern is emerging?" The Colonel stepped forward, his expression stern. "What's the meaning of this, Mycroft? If you have an accusation to make it plainly." "Very well." Mycroft moved to stand beside the table, his hands resting on its surface. The file that disappeared from this library wasn't stolen in a single act. It was photographed or copied, page by page, over the course of several weeks. The information was then passed to a confederate through an ingenious method. Books arranged in specific positions communicated meeting times and locations. Page numbers indicated which documents had been copied. Shelf positions encoded dates and hours. It's a variation on ancient ciphers, adapted for a modern context. He picked up Treaties of the Congress of Vienna and opened it to a marked page. This book placed on the second shelf from the bottom, 5th position from the right on November 3rd. That date and position, when decoded, indicated a meeting at 9 o'clock in the evening near the Embankment Gardens. Colonel Ashworth's face had darkened. "And you think one of us—" "I know one of you," Mycroft interrupted. because there are only 12 people with keys to this room, and only 3 of you were called here tonight. 3 men with the opportunity, the access, and the knowledge to execute such a scheme." Pemberton had backed against the wall, his hands clasped before him, as if in prayer. "This is madness. I'm a banker, not a spy. I don't know anything about codes or ciphers, or don't you?" Mycroft's gaze fixed on him. "You manage accounts that require complex calculations, tracking multiple variables across time, recognizing patterns in financial data. You're ideally suited to reading positional ciphers, and you have a motive: gambling debts accumulating faster than your income can cover them. I told you my debts are manageable. They were manageable a month ago, but you've lost nearly £400 since then. I have detailed records, Mr. Pemberton. Every night at the Marlborough Club, every hand of cards, every desperate attempt to recoup your losses. You're drowning, and you know it." Pemberton's legs seemed to give way. He slid down the wall until he was sitting on the floor, his face buried in his shaking hands. I couldn't." The Colonel made a sound of disgust. "If Pemberton is your man, then arrest him and be done with it. I have no patience for this theatrical display." "But Pemberton isn't my man," Mycroft said softly, and the room went utterly still. He turned to face the Colonel fully. "You are." The silence that followed was profound. Colonel Ashworth stood motionless, his face carved from stone, only his eyes betraying anything, and what they betrayed was a calculation, a weighing of options, a soldier's assessment of tactical position. "That's absurd," he said finally. "I've served the Crown and country for nearly 40 years. I've bled for England. I've lost friends, lost health, lost any chance at normal life. And you accuse me of betrayal?" "Not betrayal," Mycroft said. "That's the fascinating part. You don't see it as betrayal at all. You see it as a duty." He moved to the window, his silhouette dark against the evening light. "The file that's missing contains correspondence regarding potential negotiations with Russia over Afghanistan, delicate discussions about spheres of influence, about borders, about preventing another conflict in Central Asia. The Foreign Office favours diplomacy. They want to avoid war." "As any sane person would," the Colonel said. "As any person who hasn't seen war might," Mycroft corrected. "But you have seen war, Colonel. You've seen what happens when negotiations fail, when diplomacy collapses, when nations stumble into conflicts they can't control. You witnessed the mutiny. You saw British women and children massacred because we failed to maintain proper military readiness, because we trusted in diplomatic arrangements with princes who proved unreliable." The Colonel's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. "So when you learned that Her Majesty's government was considering a treaty with Russia, which you fought against in the Crimea, Russia, which you've spent decades viewing as Britain's natural adversary, you decided that such negotiations were dangerous, that they showed weakness, that they would lead to future disaster. If true," Ashworth said carefully, "such beliefs would hardly make me unique among military men." "No," Mycroft agreed, "but it would make you dangerous, because unlike most military men, you had access to the details of those negotiations, and you had the means to ensure they failed." He turned back to face the room. "You copied the documents page by page during your regular visits to this library. You're here 6 days a week, always at the same time, always sitting in the same chair. Your presence is so predictable it's invisible. Who would notice if you spent an extra 15 minutes in the silence library? Who would question Colonel Ashworth reviewing diplomatic correspondence? You served in intelligence during your military career. You know photography, you know the codes." "Prove it," the Colonel said flatly. "The book cipher," Mycroft continued, "required knowledge of ancient encoding methods, but it also required something else: military precision in execution. The books had to be moved at exact times in exact sequences to communicate effectively with your confederate. That kind of discipline, that attention to detail, is military in nature. Caldwell might recognize the pattern, but he'd never execute it so perfectly. Pemberton is too chaotic, too consumed by his own dissolution." He picked up the second book. "This volume, placed here on November 8th, encoded a meeting time of 10 o'clock. That was the night you left the club at exactly 9:45. I checked with the porter. Normally you leave at 8, but that night you had a meeting to attend." The Colonel's eyes narrowed. "Circumstantial." "Indeed. But consider this. The confederate you were meeting, the person to whom you were passing information, is someone with both the resources to pay for intelligence and the motivation to disrupt British-Russian negotiations. I've made inquiries through various channels. On November 8th, at approximately 10 o'clock, a member of the German diplomatic corps was seen near the Embankment Gardens. Germany, as you know, has its own interests in preventing a British-Russian accord. You're speculating, Ashworth said, but there was less conviction in his voice now. I'm deducing, Mycroft corrected, and there's one more piece of evidence. Your choice of displaced books was telling. Correspondence regarding the Indian Mutiny, a subject close to your heart. Dispatches from the Crimean Front, a war you fought in. Treaties of the Congress of Vienna, the last time European powers successfully negotiated a lasting peace, something you believe is no longer possible. You chose books that meant something to you personally. That was your mistake. A sentimental error, the Colonel said softly, and in those 3 words he confirmed everything. Pemberton had looked up from his position on the floor, staring at the Colonel with something like horror. Dr. Caldwell had stopped writing, his pen frozen above the paper. Why? I found myself asking, the question escaping before I could stop it. Why risk everything you've built, everything you've been? The Colonel turned to me, and his face held no shame, only a terrible weariness. Because I've seen what happens when weak men make decisions about war and peace. I've seen the cost of diplomatic failures. The mutiny happened because we trusted too much, prepared too little, and believed that negotiations could replace military strength. Thousands died, Watson, women, children, and the men who made those decisions faced no consequences. They sat in London offices and played statecraft while soldiers bled in the dirt. His voice grew harder, and now they want to negotiate with Russia. They want to trust promises and treaties and diplomatic assurances. But I know Russia. I fought them in the Crimea. I've watched them expand their influence across Central Asia for 30 years. They don't respect diplomacy. They respect power. And when their treaty proves worthless, when they march into Afghanistan or India or wherever their ambitions lead, it will be men like me who die stopping them. Except I'll be too old, too broken. It will be younger men, men who could have been saved if the politicians had listened to those who actually understand war. So you decided to sabotage the negotiations, Mycroft said. By ensuring the Germans had access to British diplomatic positions, you guaranteed they would adjust their own strategies to make an accord impossible. I ensured that realism would triumph over wishful thinking, Ashworth corrected, that military necessity would outweigh political expedience, that England would remain strong rather than becoming comfortable. You ensured chaos, Mycroft said. You put your judgment above that of elected officials and appointed diplomats. You decided alone what was best for the Empire. Someone had to. The words fell into silence. Outside, the evening traffic continued its muted symphony. Inside the Silence Library, a man who had served his country for decades stood exposed not as a traitor, but as something more complicated, a patriot whose patriotism had curdled into something dangerous. Mycroft moved to the writing table and picked up the paper on which Caldwell had been recording his observations. He studied it for a long moment, then looked at the Colonel. You will resign from the Diogenes Club tonight. You will return your key to the porter on your way out. You will cease all contact with your German confederate. If I discover you have compromised any additional government business, I will personally ensure you are prosecuted to the full extent of military law. Is that understood? The Colonel straightened to attention, decades of discipline asserting itself even now. And if I refuse, then I will destroy you. Mycroft's voice was flat, emotionless, carrying the weight of absolute certainty. I will expose not just your recent activities, but every questionable decision you made during your military service. I will ensure that historians remember Colonel Ashworth not as a decorated soldier, but as a bitter old man who betrayed his country's interest because he couldn't accept that the world had changed. Your name will become synonymous with treachery. Your service will be forgotten. Your legacy will be ashes. That's blackmail. That's mercy, Mycroft corrected, because the alternative is a trial, a scandal, and a rope. This way you simply fade away, an aging officer who decided club life no longer suited him. No drama, no exposure, no disgrace beyond what you already carry in your own knowledge of what you've done. The Colonel stood silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he reached into his waistcoat pocket and withdrew a brass key. He placed it on the reading table with a sound that seemed far too loud in the quiet room. I regret nothing, he said. History will prove me right. Perhaps, Mycroft replied, but you won't be here to see it. Colonel Ashworth turned and walked to the door. He paused there, his hand on the handle, and looked back at each of us in turn. His gaze lingered longest on me. Write this one up if you like, Watson, but you'll never publish it, because it doesn't have the ending your readers want. No clear villain, no triumphant justice, just an old soldier who tried to save his country from its own foolishness and failed. Then he was gone, the door closing with a finality that seemed to seal more than just wooden frame. Pemberton remained on the floor, his hands still shaking. Dr. Caldwell sat motionless at the table, his scholarly detachment finally shattered by exposure to a very modern betrayal. And Mycroft Holmes stood at the window, watching the Colonel's silhouette as it descended the stairs and disappeared into the London evening, carrying with it the weight of choices made and consequences accepted. "Is that truly justice?" I asked quietly. "Justice," Mycroft said, "is a luxury reserved for cases that can bear public scrutiny. This is merely a necessity. The Colonel is finished. His German contact will be quietly expelled from London. The negotiations will proceed without further interference, and the Diogenes Club will continue to offer sanctuary to men who need silence." He turned from the window. "Mr. Pemberton, get up. You're not implicated in this affair, though your financial situation remains problematic. I suggest you seek help before your gambling destroys you more thoroughly than any investigation could." Pemberton rose shakily, nodded without speaking, and fled. "Dr. Caldwell," Mycroft continued, "thank you for your observations. They were crucial. I trust you'll return to your Sumerian texts and forget this evening's modern unpleasantness." Caldwell gathered his papers with trembling hands. "The ancient world," he said softly, "is beginning to seem considerably safer than the present. At least when Hammurabi's officials betrayed him, they had the decency to be executed cleanly. This is a more subtle cruelty." He left, and I was alone with Mycroft in a library that had witnessed the unmasking of a traitor who didn't believe himself a traitor at all. "Will you tell Sherlock?" I asked. "God, no," Mycroft said with something almost like humour. "He'd write a monograph on book ciphers and probably deduce 6 other government conspiracies in the process. Some secrets, Watson, are meant to remain precisely that. Secrets." He moved to the reading table and began, returning the displaced books to their proper positions, erasing the evidence of the cipher that had nearly escaped detection. "Go home, Watson. Write your stories about my brother's brilliant deductions and dramatic revelations. Leave the quiet work of maintaining empires to those of us who operate in shadows. It's cleaner that way." I left him there, alone in the silence library, surrounded by books that had briefly become letters in an alphabet of betrayal, restoring order to shelves that would hold only ordinary volumes once more. Outside, London had fully embraced the night. Gaslight pushed back against darkness with its usual brave futility. And somewhere in the fog, Colonel Ashworth walked toward whatever future remained to a man whose service had ended not with honours, but with a quiet expulsion from the one place he'd felt safe. I thought of Sherlock, who would never know this story, and I thought of the different kinds of detective work the Holmes brothers performed, one illuminating mysteries for public consumption, the other burying them for the public good. Both necessary, both justice of a kind, but only one would ever be celebrated. 3 days passed before I returned to the Diogenes Club. The interval had been filled with the usual rhythms of my life, patients to attend, correspondence to manage, the comfortable domestic routines that anchored me to the ordinary world. Yet my thoughts kept returning to that library, to the Colonel's rigid face as he surrendered his key, to Mycroft's quiet dismantling of a man's entire sense of purpose and righteousness. Sherlock had noticed my distraction, of course. Over breakfast on the second morning, he'd looked up from his newspaper and remarked, "You've been to see Mycroft. Something to do with the Diogenes Club, unless I'm very much mistaken, and you're troubled by the outcome, whatever it was." I'd considered denying it, but lying to Sherlock Holmes was an exercise in futility. He asked me to observe something. I gave him my observations. The matter is concluded. But not satisfactorily, Sherlock had pressed. Not every conclusion satisfies Holmes. Sometimes justice is a quieter thing than we'd prefer. He'd studied me with those sharp eyes, then nodded slowly. Mycroft's kind of justice usually is. "Very well, Watson, keep your secrets, though I must say it's rather refreshing to see you developing a talent for discretion. Usually you can't wait to splash our cases across the pages of the Strand." "This isn't your case," I replied. "No," he had agreed, returning to his newspaper. "It's Mycroft's, which means it will remain forever unwritten, forever unknown, forever buried in whatever dark corner of government operations he inhabits. How terribly dull." But it wasn't dull. That was the thing I couldn't explain to Sherlock, couldn't quite articulate even to myself. There was something profound in Mycroft's quiet dismantling of the Colonel's conspiracy, something that spoke to a different kind of courage than Sherlock's brilliant exposures. The courage to let truth remain hidden when exposure would serve no purpose beyond destruction. Now, standing once more before the unremarkable facade of number 42 Pall Mall, I wondered why I'd come. Mycroft's note had been brief. "Watson, if you've nothing pressing this evening, I would appreciate your company at the club. 7 o'clock, MH. Not a summons exactly, more of an invitation. Yet I'd come, driven by a curiosity I couldn't quite name. The same porter admitted me, his recognition marked by the slightest inclination of his head. But as we moved through the entrance hall, I noticed something different. The club felt lighter somehow, as if some oppressive weight had been lifted. The silence remained, of course, that was eternal, but it no longer felt quite so heavy with secrets. We climbed to the Silence Library, and I found Mycroft exactly where I'd left him 3 days prior, sitting at the reading table with a book open before him. He looked up as I entered, and something that might have been genuine pleasure crossed his features. "Watson, thank you for coming. Please, sit." He gestured to the chair opposite. I settled myself, noting that the 3 books that had comprised the cipher were now properly shelved, invisible among their proper companions. The room looked exactly as it should. A gentleman's library, nothing more, nothing less. "I wanted to show you something," Mycroft said, sliding a folder across the table toward me. "The official record of recent events, such as it is." I opened the folder. Inside was a single sheet of paper bearing the Diogenes Club letterhead. It read simply, "Colonel Reginald Ashworth resigned his membership effective November 12th, 1895. Personal reasons, no further comment." Below this, in different handwriting, "Approved and accepted. The Board of Governors." "That's all?" I asked. "That's everything," Mycroft replied. "In the club's official history, the Colonel simply chose to leave. No scandal, no explanation. Just a quiet departure that will be forgotten within a month as the membership moves on with their lives and their reading. And the Germans? His contact? Recalled to Berlin under equally quiet circumstances. A routine diplomatic rotation, according to official channels. He'll serve out his career in some minor posting where he can do no further damage. The photographs he received. We've ensured they contain just enough truth mixed with strategic misinformation that any intelligence value is neutralized. And the negotiations with Russia." Mycroft's expression became unreadable. "Proceeding. Whether they'll succeed or fail, whether the Colonel was right or wrong about their wisdom, that's above my authority to judge. I simply ensure that such decisions are made by those appointed to make them, not by individuals who decide their own judgment supersedes the Crown's." He closed the folder with a soft sound. "But that's not why I asked you here. Walk with me, Watson. I want to show you something else." We left the library and descended to the ground floor. Instead of exiting, Mycroft led me through a corridor I hadn't noticed before, one that branched off from the reading room and curved toward the back of the building. We emerged into a small courtyard garden, perhaps 30 feet square, enclosed on all sides by the club's walls. It was a peculiar space. Gas lamps on the surrounding walls provided gentle illumination, revealing a carefully tended garden of evergreens and winter-hardy plants. A small fountain stood in the centre, its water flowing with a quiet murmur that was the only sound besides our breathing. Stone benches were positioned at intervals, each angled so that anyone sitting would face away from the others, maintaining the club's principle of isolation even in this outdoor sanctuary. "I didn't know this existed," I said. "Few do. It's mentioned nowhere in the club's literature. Members discover it through observation if they're attentive. Some find it immediately. Others remain members for years without ever noticing the corridor that leads here." We moved to one of the benches, and Mycroft settled onto it with a sigh that suggested he'd been carrying weight I hadn't noticed. The Diogenes Club was founded on a simple premise, that some men need refuge from the world, But I've come to understand, Watson, that it serves another purpose as well. It's a place where secrets can rest." He gestured to the garden around us. "Every man who joins this club carries secrets. Professional secrets, personal secrets, secrets of shame or fear or simple privacy. The Colonel carried secrets of war and trauma. Pemberton carries secrets of loneliness and desperation. Dr. Caldwell carries secrets of a mind that finds the present day unbearable and retreats into millennia past. Even I carry secrets, more than any of them, if I'm honest. And this garden is where those secrets can breathe, where a man can sit alone with his burdens and simply exist with them, without the need to hide or perform or maintain facades. It's not an absolution. It's not therapy. It's simply space, room for the weight to rest without crushing completely." We sat in silence for several minutes, listening to the fountain's quiet song. Then Mycroft spoke again, his voice softer than I'd heard it. "I didn't want to destroy the Colonel, you know. Despite everything, I understand him. He served honourably for decades. He witnessed horrors that would have broken weaker men. He carried the weight of command, of decisions that sent young men to their deaths. And when he looked at the empire he'd bled for, he saw it being managed by people who had never faced what he'd faced, never paid the prices he'd paid. His betrayal grew from service, Watson. That's what makes it tragic rather than simply criminal." "But you had no choice," I said. "I had choices," Mycroft corrected. "I could have exposed him publicly, made an example, send the message that no one, regardless of service, is above accountability. That would have been one kind of justice. Or I could have ignored it entirely, decided that his assessment of the Russian situation might be correct, that his actions, while irregular, served a deeper purpose. That would have been another kind of decision. But you chose the middle path." "I chose the necessary path," he said. "I removed the immediate threat while preserving what could be preserved of the man's dignity and service. I ensured the government's business could proceed without sabotage while avoiding a scandal that would have shaken public confidence in our institutions. I did what was required, nothing more." He turned to look at me directly. "But it troubles me, Watson, more than I expected. Because I wonder if, in different circumstances, with different pressures and different perspectives, I might make similar choices, might decide that my judgment supersedes proper channels, might convince myself that betrayal is actually service." "You wouldn't," I said with certainty. "How do you know?" "Because you're asking the question. The Colonel never did. He never doubted his own righteousness. That's the difference between wisdom and arrogance." Mycroft smiled faintly. "You have a generous assessment of my character. I hope it proves accurate." He stood, moving to the fountain and watching the water cascade over the stone. "Do you know what the club's motto is, Watson? It's never written anywhere, never spoken aloud, but every member knows it. Here, we are permitted to be ourselves." He turned back to face me. "But what if one's self is dangerous? What if the person you are, stripped of social performance and professional obligation, is someone who would betray rather than serve?" The Colonel thought he was being his truest self when he took those documents. He thought he was finally acting on his deepest convictions rather than merely following orders. In a way, the Diogenes Club enabled his betrayal by giving him space to contemplate it. Or, I suggested, it delayed his betrayal for years. Perhaps without this sanctuary, he would have acted far sooner and far more destructively. "Perhaps," Mycroft conceded. "We'll never know. That's the nature of these quiet resolutions. We act, we remove the threat, and we move on, never quite knowing if we've prevented disaster or simply postponed it." A door opened somewhere in the building above us, and the faint sound of footsteps echoed briefly before fading. The club was coming to life for its evening hours, members arriving to claim their chairs and their silence. "Pemberton is still a member," Mycroft said. "I've been watching him. He hasn't returned to the Marlborough Club since our interview. I don't know if that's permanent reform or temporary fear, but for now at least he's pulled back from the edge. Dr. Caldwell remains utterly absorbed in his ancient texts, blissfully unaware of how close he came to being implicated. And the rest of the membership continues exactly as before, reading their journals, smoking their pipes, existing in their cultivated isolation." "And you?" I asked. "How are you managing?" The question seemed to surprise him. "I manage? It's what I do, Watson. I identify problems, assess threats, implement solutions, and move on to the next crisis. The Empire doesn't stop requiring maintenance simply because one case concludes. That's not what I asked. He was silent for a long moment, his fingers trailing in the fountain's water. I'm tired, he said finally. Not physically. My work requires little physical exertion. But tired of being the person who knows too much, sees too clearly, bears too much responsibility for maintaining the machinery of government. Sherlock has the luxury of treating cases as puzzles, intellectual exercises with clear solutions. For me, every solution creates new problems. Every threat neutralized reveals 3 more waiting. It's exhausting in ways I can't quite articulate. Then why continue? Because someone must, and I appear to have the particular combination of ability, access, and temperament required for the work. To abandon it would be— he paused, searching for words— would be a betrayal of its own kind. A different betrayal than the Colonel's, perhaps, but betrayal nonetheless. I stood and joined him by the fountain. Mycroft, if I may speak plainly, you're not the Empire's servant. You're a man who has chosen to serve the Empire. There's a difference. The Colonel forgot that difference. He started believing his service made him indispensable, that his sacrifices gave him the right to make decisions others couldn't. Don't make the same mistake. He looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. When did you become so wise, Watson? I'm not wise. I'm simply observant. Sherlock taught me that, whether he realized it or not. And what I observe is that you carry your burdens differently than your brother, but no less heavily. He has me to share the weight. You have— what? This club? These silent strangers? I have my work, Mycroft said quietly. Work isn't companionship. It's not friendship. It's not the kind of connection that makes life bearable rather than merely endurable. No, he agreed, but it's what I have, and it will have to suffice. We stood in silence, 2 men in a hidden garden, surrounded by the weight of secrets and the quiet burdens of duty. Then Mycroft straightened, his momentary vulnerability shuttering behind his usual composure. Thank you, Watson, for your assistance during this matter, and for your discretion. I knew I could rely on both. Will you call on me again? I asked. If another situation arises. He considered this. Probably not. This case was unique in requiring a witness. Most of my work is far less dramatic. Endless reading of reports, careful, manipulation of information flows, quiet conversations with people whose names would mean nothing to you. Not the stuff of your stories. Not all stories need to be published, I said. Sometimes they simply need to be witnessed. Something in his expression softened. You're a good man, Watson. My brother is fortunate to have you, as was I, for these few days. We walked together back through the corridor, through the reading room where members sat in their appointed isolation, and to the entrance hall. At the door, Mycroft paused. One more thing. When you write of Sherlock's cases, when you chronicle his brilliant deductions and dramatic revelations, perhaps occasionally remember that there are other kinds of detective work being done, quieter work, less celebrated, but equally necessary for maintaining the small islands of order we've managed to create in an inherently chaotic world. I'll remember, I promised. Good. He extended his hand and I shook it. Goodbye, Watson. I suspect we won't meet again for some time. I prefer it that way. When you and I encounter each other, it generally means something has gone rather wrong. Then there's too long an interval between meetings, I said with a smile. I stepped out into the November evening, the fog once again claiming London in its grey embrace. Behind me, the Diogenes Club stood unremarkable and unchanging, its windows glowing with that warm amber light that promised sanctuary to those who needed it. I walked slowly toward Baker Street, my mind full of what I'd witnessed. Somewhere in this vast city, Colonel Ashworth was living with the consequences of choices made and discovered. Pemberton was fighting his own demons, with uncertain outcomes. Dr. Caldwell was lost in ancient Mesopotamia, perhaps the wisest of them all for his complete disengagement from modern concerns. And Mycroft Holmes sat in a club dedicated to silence, surrounded by men carrying secrets, himself the greatest secret keeper of them all. When I reached Baker Street, I found Sherlock in his chair, violin across his lap, playing something melancholy and minor key. He looked up as I entered, his eyes searching my face with that uncanny perception that saw far more than I wished to reveal. You've been to the Diogenes Club again, he observed. Yes. And Mycroft's matter is concluded? Yes, satisfactorily. I removed my coat and settled into my own chair, feeling the warmth of the fire and the comfort of familiar surroundings. That depends on one's definition of satisfactory. The immediate problem was resolved. The larger questions remain unanswered. They always do, Sherlock said, returning to his violin. That's why Mycroft's work appeals to me not at all. He operates in a world of compromises and partial solutions, of quiet victories that leave him questioning whether victory was even the right term. Give me a clear puzzle, a definite solution, and a criminal in handcuffs. That's satisfaction. But it's not. The whole world, I said quietly. No, he agreed, but it's the part of the world I choose to inhabit. Let Mycroft keep his shadows and secrets. I prefer the clarity of observable evidence and logical deduction. He began to play again, the notes drifting through the sitting room like smoke from a pipe, and I closed my eyes and listened. Two brothers, I thought. Two kinds of genius. Two approaches to maintaining order in chaos. Sherlock's was public, celebrated, documented in stories I would write and publish. Mycroft's was private, unknown, buried in files that would never see public light. Both necessary, both heroic, in their way. But only one would ever receive recognition. I thought of writing this case down, of preserving it for future readers, but even as the thought formed, I knew I wouldn't, couldn't. The Colonel deserved his quiet ending, not public exposure. Pemberton deserved his privacy as he fought his demons. Dr. Caldwell deserved to remain lost in his ancient worlds, and Mycroft deserved to continue his work without the attention such a story would bring. Some cases, I realized, were meant to remain untold. Some justice was meant to remain invisible. Some heroes were meant to stay forever in the shadows. The violin's melody shifted, becoming something lighter, almost hopeful. Sherlock's moods were mercurial, but his music always told the truth. Whatever darkness the day had held, the evening promised something better. I opened my eyes and reached for my notebook, not to record the Diogenes Club case, but to continue work on a different story entirely. Something about a carbuncle and a Christmas goose, if I recall correctly. Something with a clear beginning, middle, and end. Something I could publish without betraying confidence or exposing secrets. London settled into its nightly rhythms beyond our windows. The fog thickened, the gaslight flickered, and in a club dedicated to silence, men sat with their secrets, protected by walls and by a man who understood that sometimes the greatest service was simply maintaining the space where burdens could rest. I dipped my pen in ink and began to write. Not the story I'd just lived, but a story I could tell. A story of brilliant deductions and satisfying conclusions. A story that would entertain without exposing, that would illuminate without destroying. The violin sang on, the fire crackled, and in the space between what happened and what could be told, I found a different kind of truth, that some stories serve best by remaining forever unwritten, forever known only to those who lived them. The Diogenes Club would keep its secrets, I would keep mine, and London would continue, vast and unknowable, built on layers of hidden truths that perhaps were better left buried. The price of silence, I had learned, was eternal vigilance, but the reward was something rarer. The preservation of dignity in defeat, the protection of those who had served even when their service went wrong, and the quiet knowledge that not all justice needed to be public to be real. I wrote late into the night, and when I finally set down my pen, I had pages of a story Sherlock would recognise and readers would enjoy. The other story, the true one, the one that mattered in different ways, remained locked in memory, witnessed but unrecorded, exactly as it should be, exactly as Mycroft Holmes had intended all along. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the shimmering lights of Hong Kong, the ocean hush of Tahiti, the starlit rooftops of Rome, or the gentle night breeze of Buenos Aires? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the stillness of the night wrap around you. Let your dreams drift softly into the quiet. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.